Well, good morning. It's Wednesday, and we are back with relaxing painting with dice and dungeons. So, I will let you know that today I'm going to be doing something completely different. That's what it says there, but not right away. First of all, I've got some little bits of things to do. Following up from Monday's show, we were working on the flames and gas clouds for the traps. So these are the flames. They're upside down because they're being held by the point at the moment, and this is what it's supposed to look like, all flamey. So I got the base coat of yellow on, and what I'm going to do today is to start putting the orange on. We'll unclip it from the tip here and clip it on the bottom because the orange stuff goes more on the tips. So this is like the second of I'm planning on 3 different colors. We'll see how they turn out. And then this is the gas cloud. This was the prototype gas cloud. And this is the one I'd made. I was trying to use some of the pearlescent paint, and the glowy looked kind of okay, but I don't know, it just didn't spread right. So we're going to start over on this one. So one thing I'm going to do is get out the stick green and recoat it, basically base coat it again. And maybe on Friday, probably, since it'll be dry then, I'll be able to start over with different colors to try to make it look like this one. This over there. Aim more at where I'm going to be painting. So those are a couple of little things I'm going to be doing. And then after that, I've kind of run out of dungeon tiles to base coat and highlight and wash, so I need to do something completely different, and I will. And we'll see what that will be when different time comes up. But first, we will mix up the green and re-base coat the gas cloud. Green paint here. Be enough. If not, we get some more out. And I'm going to use this larger brush because I'm pretty much just repainting the entire thing. So goodbye, pearlescent highlights. You were a failure. Yeah, it's easy to make it go away, isn't it? It's all pretty much gone already. Or I hadn't gotten to earlier when I was holding it. As I try to get this last bit done without it springing off of the alligator clip. Here. Now, we're back to the base coat, and either later today or probably on Friday, I'll be painting these darker green spots and the lighter green spots, and hopefully being able to replicate what I did the first time. We will see how successful that is. Then we'll set that aside and clean off this brush. It's a lot of paint. I really like it for painting large surface areas, but it doesn't clean up. It doesn't clean quickly. Let's put it that way. I think I got most of that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is work on these flames. Take off my glasses so I can see close up. Yep. I will do a flip. Once again, we will flip the alligator clip. 2, 3 flips. Okay. I've done several of these flames before, and they keep turning out okay. And then I keep saying, oh, I can't really remember how I did it. So anyway, I'm going to look at this one. It's pretty much the same print. There. And try to capture the raised parts, the higher parts. Those are the colors that are on the outside of the flame. I'm going to use slightly different colors than the ones I used on the original. These are a little brighter. In fact, it's called Orange Fire, so we'll see how fiery it really is. These Viejo colors that come in these nice little squeeze bottles, but you can't get down into them, and shaking them isn't that effective, so I stir them. Scientific stirring machine. These colors are pretty close to the original colors, but they have a little more gloss in them. I'm hoping that works out okay. Anyway, we'll see. And again, if we don't like how it turns out, just start over. So let's do some Orange Fire here. Brush. Yeah, there it is. We'll be applying huge amounts of paint. As you can see, a lot of this is just sort of touching the surface. Just bits of it. Kind of, making it look flickery. And then there'll be like little red tips going up off the top. I'm going to actually paint all the way up to the tips where the red will be going later. It's basically layered. Get the sense of the flames going up. You don't want to get too much on it, but I want to be able to accent. Take it. Yeah, I guess I'm being a little quiet here as I contemplate the flickering of the flames that I'm painting. So I'm good. Excuse me. The benefits of getting older is a tendency to aspirate things. There's one little catch in the throat. Sounds worse than it is. It's not really choking. Well, it is kind of choking, but it's again. As I'm doing this, I'm trying to imagine, not just the flickering of the flame, but also where the red will go. End up not wanting to put a lot of red on it. The red can be really bright, and it's a great accent. But it's not the main color of the fire. And flip this prototype over. And remember, I filled in that gap. Yeah, it looks like I did a lot more orange in the inside here. Now, these are all hand painted, so no two alike, as they say. They won't be two alike. This one won't be exactly like the other one. And the next one I paint won't be exactly like this one. So. The darker colors are actually the cooler parts of the flame. So this orange represents the cooler part of the flame than the yellow, and then the red will be the coolest part. Not in the sense of oh wow, that's really cool, but sense of being a lower temperature. Yeah, so I think I'm not going to be putting too terribly much more on here. Can always add some later. I'll put a little bit here. When the red tips go on, it'll brighten up. So we'll see how that looks after. And then we're going to try to do more or less, but everything is different because it's hand painted. In this one. So after I'm done painting on the orange, this needs to dry before I can paint the reds, so we'll be setting this aside, and then I'll be pulling out the something completely different. Used up my inventory of dungeon tiles that need painting. There will be more, because we're trying to make quite a few sets, production quality sets, but there aren't any today. It's cold. Are the other members of Dice and Dungeons that I could do something and should do something else. So when I was growing up, I spent a lot of time making models. I was not highly skilled at it at the time, and the equipment available to me was primitive. It consisted of bottles of paint, thinner, and a brush. No such thing as airbrushes or anything like that. So I didn't have those kinds of things that I guess, they were expensive and way beyond the means of my family, I guess. Actually, I didn't even know about them. I didn't know what an airbrush was and stuff when I was younger, doing these things. So I built a lot of model airplanes, essentially unpainted. They came in silver plastic, so they looked like planes, and with the decals on them. And there were always seams, the glue seams. And sometimes the tube cement, which was really very thick, kind of a viscous kind of thing, sometimes that filled in the cracks, but not always. Anyway, I used to do a whole lot of those kinds of airplane models. I did. My favorite was the F-106 Delta Dart. And I actually did some painting on that. I got a spray can of paint and taped it. And painted some of the markings on the wings. It was painted like a trainer. And those had like orange wingtips and things, basically as a warning to other pilots that whoever was flying this is not an expert yet. Kind of like a student driver sign on a car. It's kind of the effect that had. But that was the intent. Anyway, yeah, I did that. Got a spray can of paint for that. But one of my other favorites, and I've actually got one here. Actually, I've got 3 of them because I wanted to replicate it. was this submarine that opened up, the side slid open, and you could see the detail on the inside. It showed the control room and the torpedoes and the missile tubes and the reactor room. And it wasn't done in a lot of detail. It was really kind of meant to give the impression of those things. I guess you'd call it. It was an impressionistic submarine model, and I wanted to replicate that. And it was really hard to find intact, unstarted ones, things that hadn't been started. So I bought like 3 of them, hoping that I could get enough pieces by combining the sets to get one complete model out of it. And maybe one of these days I'll pull those out and start working on them, but that's not with something completely different that I'm going to be working on today. It's something different. Or okay, well, this is okay. I think when I get the red tips on it, yeah. Its orange color is not too bad. It's not, yeah, I mean, it's sort of a translucent look, which is okay. It flames. Yeah, anyway, we'll stop there and see how it turns out later on when I put the bed on. Put that whole thing aside, and that pretty much does whatever I can do with dungeon tiles today and dungeon set pieces. So what I've got is one of many. I've actually almost got the complete set. This box got kind of messed up. It got a little damp having been stored. But what we have here is a big Ed Daddy Roth Fink Eliminator. This isn't an original. This is a repro. They reproduced almost all of them. And I can tell you that when I was a kid, I started on these pretty much when they first came out. So you can look up when that was and do the arithmetic and make some educated guesses about how long ago that was and how long ago I was. Anyway, yeah, so I decided I would recreate my youth. This was maybe about 8 years ago or so. And I found reproductions of virtually all of them, including the original Rat Fink. That's over there somewhere. Sir Fink was pretty cool. I really like Sir Fink. It actually comes with a wave, and I spent a lot of time making that look like water. Okay. My favorite, I think, was Angel Fink. It was kind of a bat woman with a test tube sort of thing, and I really had fun with that because I actually made the gases coming out of the top of her cauldron. It wasn't really a cauldron, it was more like a beaker. So I got some cotton balls and I did the inside of it in a greenish kind of color and then a little bit of silverish and grayish around the outside, and it looked like it was actually bubbling up. It was pretty cool. So when I first started doing these ages ago, I had like one brush, maybe 2, but I don't remember them being terribly fine. And the only paints that were available to me then were Testors enamels. And there's nothing wrong with Testors enamels, but for this kind of thing, they were all glossy, so everything came out shiny. And there was a limited number of colors, at least available at the store I bought stuff from. and within my budget. So I spent actually a lot of time mixing colors just to try to match, you know, trying to match the official look of the car. So yeah, this is a Fink Eliminator, recreating my youth. This has already been started. I started this ages ago with my son Alex. Let me do the unveiling here, and you can see what we've got. You can see that Fink Eliminator has been glued together. Unlike back then, had some auto body putty and was able to fill in and sand down the glue joints so they don't show. When I was young, I didn't have auto body putty. So what I actually did, and it sort of worked, was I just put paint into the gap. I didn't want the gaps to show, so I painted in the gaps with extra paint and put layers on them until they got filled in. So there's that. Here's his hair. The hair got painted yellow with a brown wash, and I guess I'm going to be trying to do something similar with the beard. Somehow or other, back then, with my limited brushes and skills, I was able to get all the little contours and spots, the edges, really well done. I don't remember quite how I was able to do that. I hope I can replicate it this time. So we're going to give a go at creating a Fink Eliminator here. We haven't put the feet on yet. What do we got? So we got some feet. It's been defeated at the moment. We've got a bomb. It refuses to come. There it is. There's a little bit of a bomb here. And it says something on it. We're going to have to try to highlight the writing. It says cherry bomb. Well, somehow or other, we'll be playing around with this a little bit, is getting black paint into the lettering and then kind of brushing up around it. I'm going to repaint it because I don't have that color anymore. That's a nice metallic red. We'll probably use the pearlescent paint for that if we want the bomb to be shiny. The beard doesn't have to be exactly the same color as his hair, but I'm going to try to do that. And we've got, the car is crushing. You can't have a Fink Eliminator without the car being eliminated. And here we've got a set of decals for the Mr. Eliminator. You can tell that this is a reproduction because back when these first came out, we didn't have like Hondas being sold and stuff. But the point of this is that this hammer says "I like," and you're supposed to put the decal of the car that you like on there, the brand, like Mercedes or VW or Peugeot. And of course, the one that's getting eliminated, you put the decal of the one you don't like on the roof. Yeah. Got a face, even a nose. That's pretty clever. So I'm gonna be painting this, and I'll see if I can do as well as I did back when these first came out. Now, the other thing that isn't on here yet is he's got this weird little tongue thing. That just gets glued on somewhere in his mouth. It looks like it's just a little edge. There's nothing inside. It specifies where it's going to be. So, color choices. Of course, there's the red on the eyeball here. It needs to be done. And got a little detail. Let's see. Using this as the color chart. There's this lips are supposed to be like a line of red around the outside. Weird, his beard is painted blue instead of hair color. Weird, yeah. That shouldn't happen. So the skin color is kind of a blue, and then he's got this orangish kind of shirt and eliminators in red. Got holes in it all over the place. So I think I'm going to start. I think I might start with the beard. Now, when I did this originally, I didn't paint the eyeball because it's white. I just left it as it is, and I didn't paint the teeth. But I think I might paint the teeth this time. I might leave the eyeball alone. And because paint got to where I didn't want it, basically what I did was, when I got the red in the little squiggly parts and it got over on the edges, I just took a little razor blade. Here, I'll use an X-Acto knife, and I scraped it away. And since I'm probably not going to paint the eyeball, I might use the same technique. It worked okay. Anyway, yeah, this is Fink Eliminator. And create our childhood here by painting it. So I think I'll do the shirt. I'm going to paint over the eliminator part just completely, and then I'll be painting that later. No, I see what they did. They did something really fancy. This is indentation around the letters here. Is they actually painted that in black, so it highlighted it. I think I didn't do that when I was young. That's kind of a cool thing. So I'm going to paint that first, and then you can paint up to the ridge with the shirt color, and paint up to the little divot with the illuminator color, and hopefully leave a really nice clean line all around this. Then he's got pants. These will be denim. We'll put on a brown or black belt. We'll see. The detail doesn't seem to be as precise as I recall it. So I think with the jeans, I'll be able to paint that like a denim color, and then I'm going to put a darker wash on it, just to make it look kind of maybe dirty a little bit, and to bring out some of the details like around the pockets and the back seam and stuff. Anyway, we'll get some paint out, and we'll start working on that and see how it goes. So, yeah, and a cherry bomb. I guess he's holding it. Yeah. We'll deal with that later. I see what they did. When they did it on the sample model, for the writing to show out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they did exactly this. They left an area of it kind of unpainted. that the writing showed. Anyway, we'll see how I can do this. Hopefully I'll be able to do as well as I did when I was like 12 or something. And if not, well, what can I say? We'll just do what we can do. So, yeah, let's start with, Well, that's interesting, yeah. So actually, this mouth color, this is going to be interesting. The color of the inside of the mouth is supposed to go all the way up to here. Yeah, and this end up here on the other side. It's kind of an indeterminate edge where his lips, because there's actually teeth up here. Here and here. So I don't know what color that was. That was an old, I think that's an old Citadel color. And if I can't match it, I'm going to have to somehow get inside and paint all of that, because what we did was we painted the insert before gluing it in, which, you know, was a whole lot easier than painting it after it's in. But didn't remember to keep the mouth color. Yeah, well, great. Let's look at the color chart. See if there's anything close to that still available to me. There's always something. It's close to the scarlet red. Darker than the flat red. The other thing I could do is, you know, paint these areas where the mouth color continues, and if worse comes to worse, shade it into the mouth. Just to get the impression. Yeah, guess we didn't get far enough along in doing this to, yeah, great. So I thought this would be kind of, you know, a nice, relaxing, fun little diversion from doing dungeon tiles, but now it's going to look like a real challenge. I don't remember it being quite so challenging when I was a kid. I'm looking for the scarlet red. Still looking. I'm looking. Yeah, we got back to the million. We have one that hasn't been opened. Okay, that's what happened is we have this unopened one, unused one, and then we got some that has been just hanging around forever. Yeah, I'm going to use the new stuff. Start painting. I'm going to paint this, and as it dries, I'm going to see how close it comes in color, and then make a decision about what to do with the inside of the mouth. So, as you can see, the pigment and the solvent are pretty well separated. It's an unopened, unused one, so we're going to give this a lot of mixing. Obviously, I don't need to paint this the same way as the sample one is, and I probably won't. I mean, when it comes right down to it. Too bad this art is so loose. Might have to do something about that later. Or just let it flop like that. Anyway, yeah, we're going to do this because this could be pretty challenging. Pretty challenging way to get started on this if this paint color doesn't match, and it almost certainly won't be a perfect match. So let's start putting some on here. Arbitrary dividing line between the inside of the mouth and what appears to be designed to or intended to be lips. Just paint along this arbitrary line and redefine it when we paint the other way. That's a tooth. That much is clear. Particular model might have, you know, even more back and forth than some of the little minifigs. The areas to be painted are bigger. These paints are much easier to use because they don't show brush marks quite as well, and they clean up more easily than the original testers that I was using. But still, major differences between doing these the first time around and now, one of which is not being able to see up close as well. Another is the steadiness of one's hands. Yeah, I really don't remember how I was able to pull this off. One thing I can tell right away is that even though I stirred that paint a good long time, it is not completely mixed because it's helpfully thin. The solvent, the pigment isn't mixed that well with the solvent, so I'm going to give that another stir before too long. Let's see how this looks when it dries in terms of color and coverage. Paint is being a little too translucent right now. I'm going to paint onto the surface a little bit, blending it in maybe. Those. Just have to live with that because there isn't much I can do about it now. But this would be kind of a fun thing to do. I mean, it is kind of an interesting. These guys were really, they're really pretty hideous, actually. To say, if I recall correctly, that my mother did not approve. And then she thought building model airplanes was just fine, but what was I doing with these monster guys? And the rat Fink, which was the first one, and, you know, it was a rat. But it was just a rat. It wasn't horrible. With some of these, like this one, I mean, let's face it, this is not pretty. So, I mean, some of them, like the Surf Fink was just surfing. That was kind of cute. I don't think she liked the Angel Fink at all, even though I liked that one. It's the paint on the teeth as the edge of the brush touches places I don't want it to go. That's the nice thing about these paints. The Chester's paints, they were enamels, and they were heavier, you know, so if you did touch up, it would be like building up. You could see where it was touched up. These dry really nice and flat against the surface. You can do touching up without. See, really, there should be like a seam of putty along the mouth here. Sand it down and disguise the crack. Being really professional about it, I would take the time to do that. We'll see how professional I end up being. So when I did these originally, like I got that little dot of paint right there on the tooth, I would just scrape that off with a razor blade and leave the tooth white. I didn't paint the white, since the plastic was white, I just left it. Yeah, so this paint, where it's thick enough, it covers pretty well, but it's going to need like a second coat because it apparently just isn't mixed well enough yet. Sorry, this is boring, but yeah, nice hammer. It's a mallet. It's a car mashing mallet. That's the car it's mashing. And he just mashes it. There we go. take a look at this red again. And I really hate that crack there. But I think, you know, I want to make this look at all decent. Kind of a oxymoron making this particular model look decent, right? I'm going to have to do something about that. So I've got, after this paint dries, I do have some modeling putty that I'm going to run along there. And this end is higher than that end. So like when this was glued in and it came up against the edges of the gum lines, it didn't come even with that. So yeah, it's gonna be like drywalling, kind of, where it's gonna be built up and then sanded down so that it matches both surfaces. You know, and the worst that can come from that is that I'll just have to keep going on it for a while. So, do that a little bit later. What can we do now? We can try to paint the veins in the eyeball. That should be kind of an interesting experiment. And I'll use the technique of scraping it off as we go. And I can even paint this thing. Yep, that'll be more challenging than I thought it would be. I think the way this cherry bomb thing is going to work is I'm going to try to get the paint down in there, and then I'm going to use like light sandpaper and then rub across the top. And that should work. That should leave the paint down in the grooves down there. While taking the surface off so one can actually see it. I'm going to do that next. And I'm actually going to paint the accent lines here as well. And figuring out what to do about the mouth. Yeah, it looks like this red paint kind of will work okay once it's thoroughly mixed and I get these ridge lines down, because it just looks so obvious, you know, the ridge lines, which is too bad. So I think I want a pretty flat black. Mia black isn't bad. We'll use that if I can find it. Use this in a while, so we get that against it too. Yeah, so this whole thing is turning out to be a whole lot less relaxing than I thought it would, because there's a lot more to it than I remember when I was young. So we're going to be doing a little bit of accenting with this color. See how that works. We'll start out with Cherry Bomb here. I'm going to use a teeny brush. Basically, I'm going to be trying to get paint into these little divots. Teeny brush to a point. There's this indentation where it says Cherry Bomb. Trying to make those filled with black paint. Getting too much in other areas. And then I'm going to get down into it. So I guess I'll just, give up on being precise. But I'm going to get the paint down into it, and I'm going to use a little sandpaper. And hopefully leave the letters filled in. So here we go. We're just giving up on the precision altogether and focusing on getting paint down into the incision. I guess we'll call it indentation for the paint. And in doing this, it's pretty clear I could have used a larger brush. Probably should have. So I'm reliving my childhood here with these Fink, Ed Daddy Roth Fink models, and trying to remember if I did this kind of thing, trying to get this detail last when I was young, but maybe I did. Maybe I did the same thing. I tried to get the paint down in there, in the incision, nicely. It's going everywhere but right now. And I did have razor blade, single edge razor blade. I used that a lot to scrape paint away from surfaces to enhance the lines. Yeah, I did try to do this. I tried to get the paint down in there and then clean it up later. The only thing you can make out is like there is a C, right? Yeah, And like with anything else that's been painted, if it doesn't look right, just keep doing it over and over until it is. Especially with these paints that allow you to do that without too much trouble. I'm looking at this and I'm trying to decide, is it something that isn't painted, or is it just wet and shiny? Well, that's going to turn into bomb. We'll be able to read the bomb part. The cherry part might be a little more difficult to make out. Anyway, let's stop playing with that for the moment. And then I'm going to take out the other brush. I'm going to be using this to outline the illuminator on the back. And I don't have to be real precise with this because I'll be painting up to this from both the outside and the inside. So I want to make sure I'm filling the gap up to the top on both sides. And it's a nice wide kind of very deep incision. So this might work out pretty well. It'll be a matter of getting a nice clean line from the inside and outside, the illuminator part, the inside of the letter, and the outside shirt color when it comes time to doing the finishing part. But right now, in order to make that work, like up here, I'm going to make sure that the black paint gets up there. Anything I need to be fairly aggressive in getting the paint up onto the edges here. Give myself options in terms of where the boundary line ends up later. Look along here, and looking at it, I can see that the paint needs to come up higher, quite a bit higher in some of these places, just to give myself that opportunity to make the boundary line up there. So that, yeah, it looks really messy, nicely messy. Guest is arriving. I don't know if the filter lets the dog bark through or not, but we have a couple of dogs here. One of them thinks she's a guard dog. It's either guarding us or having a really good time greeting somebody. Well, the difference between her, I'm guarding you from an intruder, or I'm greeting a guest. Greeting, whatever it is accelerating, not settling down. lighting, which means that he's being isolated from the guest, and she can't do her greeting. I have to say, this is looking really particularly scabby. I think I was better at this when I was young than I am now, just in terms of how it's looking. I know I just said I was, not going to be real careful because I wanted to make sure the paint was up higher on the edges. So I had options in terms of the writing, but this is ridiculously messy. Just given up. It's just going to be what it is, and I will do iterations of painting as necessary to make it look sufficiently not, well, I mean, given the nature of the model, it's certainly not going to be pretty, but at least neat. It's a lot of outlining in Illuminator. I spent my entire just looking at how much time this is taking. And thinking back, it must have been like every waking hour that wasn't spent doing homework or helping with household chores, working on these things in order to get them done. Because I think there were like 6 of them back then. They did a really good job with them. I don't think I didn't try the outline thing on it, though. I just painted the shirt one color and the letters another, and decided where the boundary would be, either on the inside or the outside of the incision. But being older and so much more skilled, and I thought, well, let's try to do the outline like on the box. Now, at least you can say I'm getting the black paint into the incision of the letters. At least we know we can say that was done. They're definitely filled in. Yeah, it is done. Oh, man. That's not good. We just lost. This is going to require some major surgery or some really good luck. Okay. Well, maybe this will solve 2 problems at once. I don't know. But what just happened? Other than there being too much paint gummed up on the edge of this. Oh my. Okay, we're just gonna whatever. Today is going to be a day. There's paint built up on the rim of the bottle. So much so that I can't even close it. And at the same time, the arm came off. And what there is there's this you can't see it because I can't turn it over and show it to you at the same time, but there is this little round thing that comes out through the armhole and glues into the inside of this, or the outside potentially. I mean, this side is holding on, but the other side, the cement came off. Little games, try to get a little bead or something into a hole. There. So what I need to do, maybe I can do this, is if I get a tweezers. Completely different, that's for sure. The big difference is that so far nothing's working. There's this bit here, which I just lost again. Slippery plastic, we just don't hold it. Yeah, so I can't even show it to you. Anyway, there's like a little plastic grommet that comes through the hole in the inside of the shoulder. See it now. And glues to the inside of this arm. And the way this is designed to work is that you do that before you put the halves of the guide together, and then it's glued in. But the cement came out. The arm's off. What you can try to do is somehow cement this back on there, if it would like go in, but there's no way to push it. There's no way to push onto it without pushing it back in, because there's nothing in the back. So in order to make that happen, I mean, there's nothing on the inside to hold it. There's a couple of things I can do, none of which are good. One is I can do some major surgery on this thing, and basically try to open up the seam. Another, which would be minor surgery, is I could drill a hole in the bottom and attempt to put like a stick or something up and hold the grommet, put a hole in the bottom here, put some sticky tack on the end of a long popsicle stick or something, reach up inside, grab the grommet and push it out and hold it there while I cement the arm. Another option is that I could just cement the arm on. Actually, another options is that this holds on. I mean, you can pop it off. Maybe that's a feature, not a bug, is that the hole is such that it actually holds it. I'm going to use that option. I mean, it's not falling off. You can kind of rotate it if you're careful. It now rattles, so that's a feature. There we go. That's such a deal. That's what we're going to do, is pretend that that's how it's supposed to be. But I'm going to leave this off. We'll paint it separately and do that at the very end, because the more I push it in and out, the more it widens this hole a little bit and it doesn't hold as well. Oh my. This is turning into quite a thing. Yeah, quite a thing. So we're going to have to paint the mouth again after we get rid of that crease that just doesn't look right. But what was I doing before the arm fell off? Yes, I was cleaning this bottle, because there's like 1/8 of an inch of paint buildup on the rim and the threads, and doesn't even close. And there's that. So I think the way this is going today is that it's not relaxing and it's not painting. So I'm welcoming you to Not Relaxing, Not Painting with Dice and Dungeons. And let me tell you a little bit about Dice and Dungeons while we are failing to either relax or paint. Dice and Dungeons is a few people who started out doing a D&D campaign, Dungeons and Dragons campaign, some time ago. And we were having a great time doing it and thought it would be fun to share with people. So we created Dice and Dungeons and a little bit of a studio at the time, and started streaming our D&D campaign. That was going pretty well. And it continues to this day, the same campaign in the same world. It's gotten a little more sophisticated and we've leveled up, and so our battles are a little more deadly than they used to be. My character, Wilseth Ralph, knows that because they've been mostly dead a couple of times. Not all the way dead, so that avoided that. But part of what we ended up doing was we got one 3D printer and started printing little set pieces, tents and pillars and some walls, to make little small demonstration dungeons, basically, so that we weren't just playing on a plastic or grid, okay, which was fine. That's a fine way to play, but we thought, well, we got this 3D printer, let's start making sets. And so we did. And that just basically got out of hand. And we're now making very elaborate dungeon tiles. And as soon as I get rid of this mess, that's the paint that was on the cap. Then we started making dungeon tiles, and they got more and more sophisticated all the time until they started turning into things like this. And these are printed in one piece holes and floors, and in the base are ball magnets. In these edges, the little ball magnets, so they rotate inside of little wells, and the magic of all of this is that they hold together apart. And I know you can use these with clips, and they will put together and you can come apart, but they don't go together and come apart like that easily. And because they're ball magnets, you can put them in any orientation that you want. You don't need like a special metal tray or anything for them to attach to. You can use it on any surface. In this case, it is a piece of messily painted wood, the workbench. And you can very quickly rearrange and reorient your tiles. So the DM has a lot of flexibility in designing dungeons, setting them up quickly, and even changing them around during gameplay. And then we have all sorts of cool things like square corners and round corners and arrow slits. And these are all 3D printed right here on the printers that are behind me, which is kind of a cool thing. And then they are, as you have been watching probably, notice that they are hand painted, base coated, they're primed, base coated, accented, and washed. A many multi-step process. And you end up with dungeon tiles. And the dungeons also come with little special effects kinds of things. Like for this one, you get these pillars that you can put anywhere you want. You can hide behind them. You can, set them up just as decorative kinds of features. One set that is being worked on has these really neat kind of like cesspool things, like for a necromancer. And these are filled in with what's called realistic water to make it look like it's liquid. We tested that originally in a bottle cap, jar cap, because we didn't know how it was going to work. So we put some pigment in, painted the bottom, put the realistic water in, and put some pigment in, and it just swirls around and makes all sorts of neat comments, including like little bubbles and things. That's what Dice and Dungeons is. It is a role-playing group doing Dungeons and Dragons on Sundays at 2 p.m. with live chat, or you can always catch it later on YouTube or as a podcast if you want to just listen to it. And then we are also doing relaxing painting because all these dungeon tiles started popping up, and we said, well, we have to paint them, we might as well stream that too, see how it goes. And that's what I've been doing for a couple of weeks, is lots and lots of dungeon tiles and little special effects things like a fireplace. It came out pretty well. And you got little crates that you can scatter around and hide behind and jump on. And in one case, there's a sarcophagus that goes, I think, in a necromancy lair. Pretty detailed print. And after it's washed, the details kind of show. And that turned out pretty well. And one that isn't quite finished yet is this very fancy throne. It's not finished because I haven't washed it yet. I need to wash the stone parts of it. And trap tiles that have flames or gas clouds shooting out, scorching and killing your party. Because there's nothing more fun for a DM than TPK. But I finished a whole lot of dungeon sets, and then I had to fill the time here on relaxing painting. So we're doing something completely different, which is one of the Big Ed Daddy Roth Fink series. This is a Fink eliminator, and I did these when I was a kid, and I remember them just being just as well done, but a whole lot easier than they're turning out to be now as I'm redoing them older. And maybe I'm fussier about how they're turning out, or maybe I don't know. But some bad things happened here. This started this like a million years ago and never got back to it because things came up. So I glued it all together and filled in the seams and sanded them down all nicely so that they wouldn't show. And then don't have that paint color anymore for the inside of the mouth. And I'm trying to match it and not really succeeding. But I also noticed that there are creases here because there's that part of the mouth that I didn't paint earlier with that color. Yeah, so and then the arm fell off. So this is turning into quite a chore. What I do want to do though is trying to make this look good, and I have to paint the mouth anyway because the paint doesn't quite match, is I'm going to take the time, try to smooth out this gap that has formed between the outside of the mouth and the insert. Okay, this is raised up a little bit compared to the inside, and that needs to be somehow fixed. So when it's got put together, the inside of the mouth matched up really well with the inside, with the outside part there. I mean, that came together really nicely, but it didn't go in quite far enough. So there's like a 32nd of an inch here. Ridge. So I've got this plastic putty with this little applicator. And what I'm going to try to do, we're needing a pin to open this again. Let's see. No, it's squeezing out. What I'm going to try to do is put a line of this plastic putty right along the ridge and get it fairly even. And I want to extend it. I want it to be as high as the high part. And I'm going to extend it into the mouth. And what you can imagine we're trying to do here is build this up so that I can get some sandpaper later after it dries and level it. This upper part here, where it's touching the ridge, I want that to be a little higher than the ridge so that I can sand it down to the ridge level. And I want to extend it far enough into the mouth that I can bevel it so that the ridge disappears. Fairly soft, so it will sand. It should sand pretty easily. I can't recall. I haven't used this in a while, so I can't recall exactly how long it takes to set up, but probably by Friday. Probably by Friday it'll be hard enough to do some sanding. And I'm hoping that just one layer of this will be enough. And then after I sand it and smooth it, I'm going to repaint the entire mouth one color. Yeah, well, it looks all, this looks pretty scabby. I have to say that this whole thing is going extremely poorly. Yep. So So far, just about nothing has gone right. So what else can we do? What else can we do to mess things up and make life more difficult? I know. Let's try to paint the veins in the eyes. So indentations. When I was young, I did this with red paint, and then I successfully was able to use a razor blade to scrape the paint away where it got on the bite, and I just left the eyeball the natural color of the plastic. Probably going to do the same thing this time rather than try to paint back and forth. So I'm going to use this little tiny brush. Why not? I don't want to use the same red. I want to use a different kind of red color on that. Something a little brighter, maybe. A little more like, not the inside of the mouth, but more like a vein, right? So let's look at the color chart here. This bloody red that I'm going to use on the flames, that's not too bad, but it tends to not be even looking, you know, but I've already got it out because I was going to use it on the flames. So I'm going to try it. And if worst comes to worst, get out the X-Acto knife and just scrape it all off and start over again. Why not? And since I'm going to have this out, and they're not quite dry yet, I thought maybe I could finish off the flames. Maybe I will. So I thought by now that I would have the shirt painted and the beard painted and probably the teeth painted, and I would be working on some of the detail like the skin and the pants and buttons. But as it turned out, what I've succeeded in doing so far is making a mess of things, breaking off an arm, and slobbering paint all over the back of the Eliminator. I would say that this has probably been, almost definitely been the least successful. Yeah, I know. I'll adjust my camera again once I actually start doing something. Okay, well, let's focus on what we're attempting to do here. There's these little squiggly lines that are supposed to be veins in his eyes. There's only one eye. And I'm going to get red paint into them and then use an X-Acto knife later to clear off. I don't want it because I'm just going to leave that the natural color of the plastic. I am going to paint the teeth later though. So let's squeeze out some of this. This is also the color I'm going to be using to finish off the flames. At least that's the plan. So after I fail to do this well, we'll get out the other brush and work on flames. So let's see. I didn't have a brush this tiny when I was young, so I did this with a bigger brush. And use the scrape back technique to finish it off. And if I recall, at least at the time, I was satisfied with the result. This time, the brush apparently is so tiny that the paint won't adhere to the tip of it. It builds up further back on the brush. Nice. It's working not at all. It's weird. The paint is like climbing up the bristles to where they attach to the brush. There's no paint on the tip. This is a failure of the brush. So I've got another one with shorter bristles. Could that be any worse, right? So I'll pull one of those out. This one. See if I can get this to work any better. No, what else can go wrong? Let's have an online chat contest to describe what could possibly go wrong that hasn't already. Like that, getting a big blob. I don't know how that happened with this tiny brush. And look, you just go. The first one really well, and the second one went poorly. Nice. Look, okay. Yeah, the flip could go wrong. And this, it starts going on really nice and tiny. I'm just going to be doing a whole lot of scraping in order to fix this later. This brush is supposed to just get this tiny little line like that, but it's failing. I'm satisfied with the color though. Like bright red color. Application, this is going very badly. The very first one went well. It was like, oh, this is going to go okay. This might end up looking all right. No, I don't know if it's either bent or the paint is a shit anyway. Trying to get red paint into the indentations that were put into the mold of the eyeball. It actually worked, so 1 out of 8 so far. Paint the wrong way. Okay, well, yeah. What I want to do is make sure that it's in the indentations that were in the model. I can always clean it up off the top, but I want to make sure that it's in the places where the model maker, designer intended there to be vein color. This is kind of like doing a touch-up check on you. I mean, at first glance, I guess you could say it doesn't look all that bad, but if you get up close to it, you can see that it's not good. Anyway, we'll let that dry and then try to clean it up. That model putty will dry, and then we'll do a whole lot of sanding on that, and then repaint the entire mouth. Yeah, there's a bloody beady eyeball. This is going to be black. Maybe I'll just go ahead and paint that sooner than later. Yeah, there. I think I'll paint that now because the technique of cleaning that up with the black part of the pupil will be the same, which is that I'll use a razor blade just to clear off the spots that I don't want. I'd like that to actually be a little glossy. The iris in one of these blacks, even though if it doesn't cover very well. Game color, the A black is kind of glossy. The model color is very flat. I'm going to use that for tires. But the game color is kind of glossy, and that's what I'm going to try to use if I can find it. Here, I'll just let you stare at this not going terribly well, something completely different while I look for the paint. Right away. So what I'm going to do with this is paint the pupil of the bloody eye. Then I'll probably make a mess of that too, but then I'll be able to use the X-Acto knife just like I will with the veins to scrape away the paint from the places where I don't want it. This particular paint is also a fairly new bottle, and when I used it to make the test swatch on the color chart, it came out kind of translucent, which, like the scarlet red I used earlier, pretty much means that I didn't stir it up. Oh, speaking of which, stirring, I said this is the same color I use on the flames. That is the fire red that I just used on the eyeballs. So since I have it out, why don't I try to do something at which I might not fail? Which is to finish the flames. You might remember these from the beginning of the stream. Got the orange on there, and I'm trying to make it look like this. With this brush. And I'm going to be painting the tips of the flames. This kind of bright reddish color. There isn't a lot of red that goes on this. It really highlights the bits of the flames where it appears. I'm to use all of my non-existent remaining skill here to put little flecks of red in the flames. Really wonderful spots that will make it look flamey. maybe this will go okay. We'll see. These paints have a little more gloss in them than the one I used on the original flame, and I think it looks good on the flame, but just like anything else, it will depend on the point of view of the rest of the members of Dice and Dungeons about whether they think it looks good or whether I should just start over with the flatter colored paints. We will see what they think when they see this a little bit later today. The worst that can happen is that on Friday, instead of trying to make something of Fink Eliminator, we might just redo the flames. I know that I'll be working on the gas cloud Friday, because the experiment with the pearlescent on the gas cloud didn't work out. Just didn't look good. So that needs a redo. How does that look? Does that look flaming? Very to you. The inside of here. Sometimes it's just easy to miss like the very tips of these things. Just get these little touches of red. Well, I'm not sure it's perfect, but it's going better than the Fink Eliminator is anyway. So we'll do it on this one too. The tips of the flames and brightening them up with this red color. Remembering that this is all hand painted, so no two alike. This side came out pretty well. Kind of like how that looks. This one by accident is coming out better than the other one. As I say that, I'll probably just make a blip something that I don't want. So after this is done, this flame, I'm going to take a break and think about what to do with the illuminator, given it's, well, let's just say it's not going well. Given the difficulty it's posing in its completion. Now, actually, before I take the break, I said I was going to do the pupil on the eyeball, and I am going to do that, because then I can let that dry, and then I can get out the X-Acto knife and actually clean up the eye, and maybe I'll have an eyeball to show for today. What I've got to show for today is a couple of blobby messes, a mouth that's full of modeling putty. There's some of the mess, and a broken arm. Yeah, it's quite a to-do. Yeah, that's good enough. That aside, I could start working on the car. The car could be more work than it's worth. I want to paint the inside of it that black. Parts of it could show. Yeah, maybe underneath. It's just edges here. Good here. Could be a little more even than it is. It's sufficiently crumply. I think I'm going to paint this gloss red. And of course the tires will be black, and the bumpers, this will be chrome. I'm sticking out here. I'll highlight the nose. Headlights I'll paint some color, white. And the windows need to be painted something. The inside of this may be black, inside the doors. And then you could put a wash on it. It's a gloss color. It might not work. Yeah. Finish mixing up this sort of glossy black color. Now I'm going to come back to this guy. So as I'm doing this, I'm thinking, if I remember, yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm not going to try to outline that and paint it in. I'm just going to paint the I like. You can barely see it. I like, that's where the decal of the brand that you like, and that's where the decal of the brand that you don't like goes. I'm just going to paint that a different color. So anyway, this handle I can paint brown, and then this and mallet colors, whatever. Losing the will to live here in this guy. This might need a couple of quotes. It's pretty thin, so we'll see how badly runny it is as I apply it to the pupil here. And I tested this paint, like some of the others that have a little gloss in them, they tend not to cover real well. This might end up needing 2 coats. Put it on here kind of heavily because I want it to even out. And you can run down into this little ridge if it wants to. You can always clean that up. Use the X-Acto knife to clean up the edges once that dries. We're going to let the eyeball rest during break, and then we'll come back. Hi, Dorothy. We'll come back and see if we can make that look like okay. And then, I don't know, we try to do something difficult, like paint the inside of the eliminator letters. Pick some sort of nice, bright, easy to manipulate color for that. Well then, this has been relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. It's time for a break. I started finishing the accent pieces for our traps. Had to rebase the gas cloud because what I did earlier didn't work. And then I thought I'd do something completely different and relive part of my childhood by going back to some of the Fink models, the early Ed Roth Fink models. And I had started this Fink eliminator with my son like 8 years ago or something, maybe 10, and never came back to it. Now I'm back to it, and now I'm going, wow, this is not what I thought it would be. Used to do these as a kid. I remember them just being a whole lot easier and more fun. Yeah. So that's what we'll be doing when we get back, is continuing to work on the eliminator, cleaning up the eye to see if I can make that look. I'll get rid of these little ragged edges around the pupil down in there with an X-Acto knife. Maybe even pick out a little sharper little finer blade to do that. And let this putty dry so I can sand that down later and repaint the inside of the mouth. If this is dry, I might even get out a little bit of sandpaper and see if I can make cherry bomb emerge from whatever is going on there. Continue to plug away at this until, like anything else, it turns out or it doesn't. So I'm going to take a break now. Thanks for watching so far. This will be, I don't know, 15 to 30 minutes, somewhere in that range. And we'll be back with the eliminator. Okay, well, let's see what we can salvage up today. What we've managed to accomplish so far, just to recap, is I have painted the flames, the new flames. I think they've come out okay. For the flame traps, I redid the base coat of the gas cloud, and it's probably dry enough I can start to put some of the other colors in, depending on how the rest of this goes. I went ahead and started working on Fink Eliminator. This is a remake of one that I had done when I was very young, when they first came out. Started working on this actually 10 years ago, put it aside, never got back to it. Decided to give it a try again, and have moved forward with minimal success so far today. Broke off an arm. Yay. Discovered that when we put the insert of the mouth in and glued this whole thing together, it didn't match up with the outside, either in terms of color or in contour. So we got some plastic putty on there, and we'll be sanding that down later. Managed to very messily outline the Eliminator on the back. Build in the cherry bomb. I'm going to rub that down with a little bit of sandpaper and see how that turns out. That may or may not be any good. What's going on with that? So I tried really hard to get the black paint down into the crevices here, where it needs to be, and it looks like it's everywhere but there. So there's nothing to be done other than I was going to start working on sanding that down. Need to fill in those little spots. And I was using a little brush with the hope that I could get the paint into the depressions where the letters are, without getting it everywhere else, and it looks like I accomplished like just the opposite. Not succeeding in getting it into the indentation and succeeding in getting it elsewhere. So I could say that so far this has been going really quite poorly, and we'll be spending next little bit of time trying to salvage something of this yet today. This poor car got smashed, and it's got a face on it. And the headlights are the eyeballs, and the nose here. Here's the nose. I have black paint on here. I'm just going to stick it in its nose there. Paint it in later. I'm sure I'll do something with it. I'm waiting for the eyeball to dry enough to use the X-Acto knife to clean it up. Take the opportunity to try to accomplish something here by painting the insides of the Eliminator letters. These are very deeply incised. Just, yeah. I'm just looking at having to do some touch up here with there's a really deep point in there where the paint just didn't even get to it. It's not the paint I want to use. Yeah. So I have to just decide what color to paint the eliminator lettering. We have lots of colors, but it's red on the sample, but maybe I can do something different. The box top is kind of a rose color, but I think I'm going to do it in kind of a green mix. We've got some really nice colors here. I could do the shirt. I'm going to do the pants. The pants are denim, so they're going to end up being like this ultramarine blue or the royal blue with a wash on it. But I could do the lettering in like this blue-green and do the shirt in purple. I don't know what color to make the skin. He's blue in the sample. But I could just as easily make him orange. Either blue, green, or emerald. Let's see which one I find. Blue, green, blue, green. Get this. Yeah. Squeeze some of this out, start painting, and see what happens. And as I say frequently, the worst that can happen is you just start over. It's raised edge here. This continues, I should be able to hold the brush horizontally and paint right up to the edge. Give a nice clean edge like that. And then I should also be able to do the same thing in the other direction, coming at it with the shirt color. Black on the inside. It's actually surprisingly hard to see the edge. That doesn't help, but this technique so far, as long as I keep painting up to and not back to, seems to be working okay. Pretty good. So there's an E. Continue working their way along the word here. This seems to be working okay. Definitely, as I have to be careful, I don't want to break off the other arm. Yeah, that was one of the wonderful pre-break things was breaking off the arm. The maker, definitely was thoughtful in making these. This raised edge raised really nicely high. Let's go the paint up to the edge from both sides, leaving the incision the black color. Maybe when I'm done with Eliminator, the eyeball will be dry enough that I can clean that up. End the day stream with an eyeball. This is moving along pretty slowly. Do it with some care. Great. Okay, I'll go there. Camera for a while, and then I moved the work because I changed the way I was holding it. So I apologize to the viewers who managed to, really, if anything, I thought I was working super hard to get more paint into this little insert areas than I needed. And now I'm finding spots where the paint isn't in there. There it is, way down there. Got this out. I'm going to check around and see if I missed more. Yeah, I mean, if you can see, if anything, I thought I was doing excessive painting in the incision areas, but at least I was able to fix that without having to wait for it to dry later. Well, we'll go back to the M. goodness for the deep incision for the black, because with the black on black, I cannot see the boundary. The only way I begin to see it is when the paint pushes up to the edge. Keep bouncing into that arm. Burned. So far it's holding up. I paint the shirt. Paint. I'm not airbrushing, I'm brush painting. So I want to make sure I'm using a paint that doesn't show brush marks. The color selection will depend on the paint. Got it inside the A. Do that. I might be able to do that with just a small brush and a touch-up rather than the whole thing, but we'll see. Paint just kind of ran off the back of the brush. And there's a spot down in the well that didn't get painted. So the A is going to need some rehabilitation. That's the both mistakes on the A. We got paint where we didn't want it. And lack of paint where we did want it on the edge there. a whole bunch there too, look. Yeah, I was working hard to get lots of paint inside the well, or the incised part, and I'm looking at it from this angle, and there's lots of areas that were missed, so I'm going to have to pull out a little brush. I'm glad I haven't painted the shirt part, and push the paint down in there and up to the lettering. Yep, interesting. I found that with the dungeon tiles too, is that depending on the angle you looked at it, it was either great or not. In this case, there's a whole lot of not looking at it from this direction. Obviously, I didn't when I was painting it. Looking at it from a different direction and didn't see those issues. Okay, now we'll move on to the R. And then we'll let this set for a bit, and then I'll pull out the black paint again. Let's see what I can do about fixing those spots. Paint on the brush. Just as we're finishing up, we got down too far into the little incision. I think I can clean that up. It's a little shallow there, so it's just a little bit less than clear where it needed to be. Here. So, other than a few places where it's a mess, I don't know why this separated, that's weird. Just checking spots that didn't seem to cover, and there seemed to be a few here and there. So except there's some little things there that has to do with the print. There's a problem with the A. There's gaps on the sides there, looking at it from this direction. Yeah, the lettering seemed to go okay. This is not leveling very well. but given the nature of the paint, I think it's okay that it didn't. We'll let that dry, and I'll go back and touch up a bunch of little touching up spots that should have been done right the first time. Let's see how the eyeball is doing. Black paint is still not quite finished, not quite dry. That eliminator color, you know, it's a pretty nice color, but it will look less nice when the shirt is painted. Paint that would just really lay nice and flat, because there's a lot of kind of textureless surface area here. Something you want to achieve appearance. Clear orange might work. I might try that. I was going to use that for the skin color. No, the purple might be okay. We'll try. Purple. See how it goes. I'm going to go back to look at the eyeball here. I put a new blade in the X-Acto knife. It's really sharp, and it's got a tiny little point on it. And what I'm going to try to do is, in some of these spots, just very carefully scrape it off with the tip. Help to find the edge. Looking at it now, it's not as bad as it looked when I put it on. Just a little touching up, just like that, can make a big difference in the appearance. Here where it got kind of heavy-handed over the edge. Even that off. The top where it shouldn't be. It doesn't look too bad, but it's just ragged. Do that. I'm gonna sharpen it up. There. So how does that look? A little better? Okay. There's this little spot on the pupil. Let's see if the paint is dry enough to allow me to just clean that up. Tiniest little bit. In a tiny little spot. Like I'm doing like real eye surgery here or something. This will be a little harder. It got down in there. Well, actually, part of it is not really being clear where the demarcation line was. You would get that bit down there. White spot right in the middle of the pupil. Weird. Yeah, I might touch that up a little bit later. Or not. You know, for being a Fink model, I'm just going to leave this as it is and maybe stop messing with it sooner than later. Yeah, I don't know. The edge of the eyeball now is looking raggedy. I try to get these little bits perfect, and then it's not. Maybe the best thing to do is to not play with it anymore. Little eyeball veins look okay. Those will probably do. The putty is starting to dry. That's good. So let's see how this is going here. I'm going to try this technique. I'm going to scrape across the top with the X-Acto knife rather than using sandpaper. Try to keep it right on the surface. Use the lettering. If I can get the lettering to emerge. Well, it's an interesting thing. And it sort of is. And if I keep at it, it might come out pretty nicely. Actually read if it focuses. It might be focusing. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see. But you can actually read the bomb. Fairy thing is going to work. We'll try the same technique and see. Yeah, you can tell what it's supposed to be. Looks a little scabby, but I'm pretty tempted to leave it just the way it is. It worked out kind of okay. What I'm going to do near the iris here, I'm going to use like this little spot. And it's black against white like that, and you can just see tiny little specks of unevenness. You begin to say, when do I just stop playing with it? When do I just say that is where the pupil of the eye is? And then that might be it. So we got the cherry bomb worked out okay. You paint the fuse, can even make this lit up. Can even paint that little color. This is a metallic red that didn't go all the way up to the top of the bomb. So this part of the bomb will be painted a different color. Just a little tip because I can't match that red metallic anymore. I don't have it. I don't know what it was or have it. So I'm going to work with the cherry bomb a little more. I'm going to paint the top of this black. The fuse will be gray, and then I'll do a flame on the end. We just use the same black that we've had before. That seems to be working okay. And I'm going to paint it from the top of the fuse, because I don't much care if I get the black paint onto the fuse part, because that'll be painted later. But I want to try to get a pretty clean edge here. Where it was left unpainted before. Going better after the break than it was before. Things have been going not too badly. I'm just touching this up because it wasn't painted with the original paint. I can't match that paint because I don't have it anymore. 10 years ago or whatever. Cap on a cherry bomb, and then we'll paint the fuse gray and light it up. Yeah, that's a good arbitrary place for it. I'm going to go back to the eliminator. As you recall, looking at it from this direction, there were spots that did not get painted black. There's a whole bunch here that I want to get painted and filled in before I start trying to paint the shirt collar. Oh my. There's a chunk of, how did that happen? Like, just no, the blue wasn't there at all. Like it got rubbed off or something weird. And here on the T, somehow there's just two little spots. Delineated the edge. It's just not clear here. Paint that in and paint it up a little bit higher here. The shirt collar. Same problem here happened at the M, is that the black paint didn't go up high enough. Yeah, this one's a little trickier to get to. The two things here. One is, touch up. So, having learned a lesson, bring the paint up a little bit higher around the edges so that there aren't gaps when I paint the shirt on. This is bound and determined to stay ragged. I got the spots that didn't get painted before. Pretty close to it anyway. So yeah, that's the eliminator. I'm going to paint the shirt some color. I'm not sure what. I'm thinking orange. No, the skin's going to be orange. Thinking purple. Very satisfied with how the pupil has turned out. It's like the edge just isn't clean. I'm going to use this paint. It's not the glossy black. Quite sure what the problem is here. It's like this indentation around it that should let the paint pool up and just form a really clean edge, but it didn't. Again. give this a good stir. Excuse me. Need like a little drop of it. Okay. And I'm going to be painting from the inside of the pupil to the out. You know, I keep saying, you know, paint further up than you need. I'll be covering over with another color, and I just didn't. So that when I paint down on the hues, there'll be a little white. Okay, let that be now. Now we're gonna just try to work on this, the pupil again. Let's see if we can't get the paint to run into that little ridge, that indentation around the edge, and give us a smooth edge. Okay, it's not too bad on that side. Let's see if we can replicate the effect here. There. See the tip of the brush. Perfect, but it's way better than it was. There's this tiny speech. Yeah, I mean, it's a definite improvement. So, Call that a success. Okay, so that's okay now. A little white spot on the front disappeared. I don't know what that is. The little veiny things, well, they look okay. The eliminator came out all right. Except for that one spot there. This is going to be tricky. I don't know how I missed it earlier, but I did. This is other black paint. The inside of the A. Really should use this tiny little brush. I'm going to try it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But like right there. Get it? Yeah. Oh, it worked. It's really amazing. Why is there a black spot on the end? Bit there. Get on the brush. Eliminate the black spot on the end in Eliminator. Good enough. Okay. Well, let's continue. We've got some time left. I want to do one more thing on the cherry bomb. I'm going to paint the fuse. Just so that's done. I'm just going to use this gray color paint because it's right here. Actually, fuses are kind of a very light color, aren't they? I wonder if I've got a white that would work. Well, they're all sorts of different colors. I've seen blue ones and red ones and gray. Yeah, probably better than white. The white wouldn't really show very well. Could use ivory. Chart, ivory or buff. There was really kind of dark. Here I'm perseverating over the tiniest little bit of fuse there, right? It's hardly ever going to show about what color I should paint it when I've got all the rest of this going on. That's kind of silly. Just use the color I've got. If I don't like it, at least until I paint the little bit on the top, the flame on the top. And if I don't like it, I can repaint it. My brush, there it is. I painted a color later. The gray is too dark. Anyway, I'll let that dry. Next time I have like bone white out or something, or ivory, or if I feel like doing it, I might. But what I'm going to do next is go back to the bits for the dungeon tiles. I painted the flames. Okay, and we'll check those out. I'll take those up for approval. But I can start to work on this. They're all magnetized magnets on the bases, and they're sticking to the alligator clips. I want this one to look more like that. So what I've got this is this really dark green that basically goes into all the hollows. The bottom parts underneath. And so I'm going to get that green out and start painting those details and see if I can't make them look pretty much the same. The highlights, I think, are a deck tan. I'm pretty sure that's the color I used. And when I get that out, I'm going to use that on the fuse of the cherry bomb. That will be Friday, because this has to dry. Okay, so people liked the way that came out, and I vaguely remember how I painted it, so do here is replicate that, and I'm pretty sure this is the color. It looks a lot lighter when it's wet, but I'm pretty sure that that's the color I used. It looks decent when it gets dry. The low spots. In the shadows part. Really wish I could grab onto this reliably. I'll try. I had this go flying across the room as the alligator clip came loose. And that was an unintended kind of excitement. What it does is it emphasizes the low parts, the little bits in the base of the cloud. And gets the contours a little better. And then I use the lighter color just to like streak as much as I can get streaky. Streak across the tops. This is pretty close to what I'm trying to achieve here. It's highlighting the bubbly, the cloudiness of it. I tried to do that with the iridescent paints, but just, they didn't spread right. They just, the response was, it looks like it clouded it over. I mean, in a sense, that's what we want, but it lost the detail of the movement that you get in the cloud. So that's the darker color. That's going to turn out okay. And then what I'm going to try to do is do that dotty, like really light kind of streakiness off the tips of all of these bits. Okay. It's not too bad. Get that up and call it good. This car might be fun to paint. I'm going to try the gloss red. Try the gloss red, and hopefully it won't leave too many brush marks. And then we'll do details like the headlights, the tail lights. Do this in chrome with a little red spot on each one. Paint the windows. I'll think probably just black those out with a flat black. Maybe the same color I use on the tires. It's like an aluminum color on the hubcaps, but I'm going to do the bumpers in chrome. I've got a chrome paint. That should be pretty good. And that's a tire. The tongue is a tire, so that's what that'll be. You can see the tire treads on it. I think I'll paint the red first. And paint up to it. Hopefully I'll be able to touch the red up without getting too many brush marks on it. Sometimes the gloss paints don't level as well as the flat ones. Was I going to try on the shirt? I was going to do orange. No, the body is orange. I keep saying that I'm going to do purple. I'm going to find the purple paint and just test it since we've got a little time here. Earlier. A bunch of paints had come out earlier. See that one. This is royal purple. This is purple. There is a difference between royal purple and purple, which I will check on here. The royal purple is really dark. But I'm going to test both of them. Sorry, getting off camera here a bit. I'm just looking for the box, the bottom of the box. There's some of the plastic screw. Am I losing things here? Things are going okay for a while. I was finding things. The paint was working. bottom of the box. I just threw the decals on the floor. This is a feature. Because this is a Fink eliminator, its mallet says "I like," and there's all these decals of different car manufacturers that could put the decal of the car that it likes on the hammer, and then the car that you don't like on here. And let's see, we've got a Pontiac. I could put a Pontiac on because that doesn't exist anymore. That would be okay. And then the one I don't like, well, maybe we should have a poll. What don't people like? There's Mercedes, Oldsmobile, Toyota, Nissan, Pontiac. Honda. That is that Bentley? Peugeot, VW, Rolls Royce. And of course, you're getting a Chevy Ford thing going on. Anyway, we'll try not to lose those. But I wanted the box bottom so that I could test the paints on some plastic sprue. Maybe that shoved way back there. To see if they level. Okay. So here's sprue. So I'm going to mix up both of those purple paints because, you know, why not? Something to do here for a moment. This is purple, and this is royal purple. Because the shirt has no texture in it. For the most part, just none at all. I wanted to not show brush marks. And so a lot of these paints are really good that way, in that they level really well. They're fairly thin, they level well, and they cover well. Some of them just are not. So we're going to do purple. Yeah, purple. Check to see what their coverage and leveling is like. I would like to use a larger brush, but yeah, I will. It tends to absorb a lot of paint. It makes it hard to clean, but this is probably what I'll be using. Seems to go pretty well. It covers nicely. Isn't showing any brush marks. When I actually do the painting, there's going to be a whole lot of little detail work along the eliminator line. Okay, so that'll be a small brush work. And probably in the demarcation line around the beard and the ears and stuff, I have to decide where the skin starts. Over there. And starts. I'm going to paint right down onto the skin because I'll be painting up to it later. But that seems to cover pretty well. Doesn't seem to be leaving too many brush marks. I can brush over it. So that's a good sign. It's definitely a bright color. No doubt about that. You won't miss that one when it's coming. Now the orange part isn't going to be such a problem because there's a lot of texture. A lot of texture in the skin. I think it's supposed to be hair, actually. Let's see how this does. This actually seems to work well too. So I'm just going to paint a bunch of it on here. And then we'll see which color we like better once they've dried. Well, what have we accomplished so far? What we've done is made our brush purple. We tested purple and royal purple paints. We completed a couple of flames. I think they look pretty good. Kind of reflective. Hope that's acceptable. We re-base coated and did a second level layer on the gas cloud. And I'll be doing the bits like that on Friday. And then the same color will become the color of the fuse, which is now gray, on the little cherry bomb. And that worked out, so you can almost make out what that says. So that's pretty decent. We broke off the arm of the Fink eliminator. Got the eyeball done in an acceptable fashion. Puttied up the sides of the mouth that need to be evened out. That'll be a fair amount of sanding and work and things to make that ridge that was there before disappear. Put just a touch more on here. It looks like as it was drying, it might have shrunk a little bit. There's a little bit of a gap there. Raised a little bit, that's not a problem because that's going to get sanded down, but we'll catch that now. It might have to be done again. And then the whole thing will have to be painted, including the inside of the mouth, or most of it, at least along the edges, so that the color of the scarlet red that I still have comes close to matching the color that the inside of the mouth was painted when this was first assembled like 10 years ago. Yes, so I got the eliminator done on the back. That came out, that looked pretty good. One of these two purples. One of these two purples will be the color of the shirt. I'm leaning toward this lighter one, the purple rather than the dark one right now. Just because the paint seems to be behaving better, a little bit better. So what we'll be doing there is painting all around the edges of the words here and hopefully getting that clean and clear, and then using a large brush to paint everywhere, in the arms and up to the ears and around the beard. Making kind of an informed decision about where the shirt is and isn't. But I want to get all that purple in. That might need touching up because that's a large surface area to cover. Now, when you get a large surface area like that, even if it's smooth like this, sometimes the paint will pull away from itself. We'll paint under the arm and inside the arm. We remember, maybe, to paint the sleeve on the arm that fell off. But yeah, if I can get that done, I can get the shirt done, which of course then I'll be touching all the time and rubbing the paint off. Yeah, I'll think through that. I might want to finish the mouth, get the teeth done, maybe do the beard. Might do that. But I'm definitely painting the skin after the shirt. I think it'll just work better pushing the paint up to the shirt rather than painting down into it. Then I can work on the pants and stuff later. There's other little detail stuff like what color do you paint the nails? Do you try to do something about where I think I'm going to paint him orange, but I might wash it. I might try to wash the skin. I want to test that first because there's a lot of texture in the skin, and the texture, including this kind of like hairiness and stuff, might show up pretty well with a wash. We'll see. Got a lot of teeth to paint. Yeah, I just remember this being easier when I was younger, but it's coming along. We will maybe work on the car too. Smash. Ghostly hand. Okay, that was silly. Time to quit, right? Oh yeah, he does have feet. These feet actually were not glued on. I'll be able to paint these separately and cement them on later. Yeah, the regular purple, yeah, it's looking pretty good. That should be a decent color for the shirt. Let's see how that goes on Fridays. On Friday, unless there's a whole lot of dungeon tiles that need to be painted, and I might go back to that, I'll be finishing up the gas cloud, making this gas cloud look like the prototype gas cloud by highlighting the points, using that same color on the fuse of the cherry bomb, maybe even getting out the orange and the red again, and painting the little flamey thing on the end of the cherry bomb there. And so the cherry bomb, is that, how should that go? Is that like red on the inside and kind of yellowish on the outside, vice versa? Usually the hotter part of the flames are yellowish and on the outside be red. So probably paint a little dot of yellow on the inside and then paint a little circle of red around the outside. A little cherry bomb. Yeah, well, this is something completely different. It's been kind of interesting going back to this, not only just because it was started 10 years ago and just sat in a box this whole time, but also because I built these when I was a kid. I did the original ones, and I still have reproductions of all of them. And if this goes okay and people don't think it's too weird, I might just work on another one after this. Or I might do a submarine. I've got a really cool submarine that was the George Washington and the Ethan Allen. They were both the boomers, missile launching subs. And it's set up so that you fold it side down and you can see the inside. And the inside was not done in great detail, but it looks pretty cool when it's done. And I've got much better paints than when I did one of those when I was young too. The paints, they were all glossy and they showed brush marks and stuff, so I'll be able to make one of those. I actually bought 3 of them, hoping that I could get enough parts, because it's hard to buy one that's unbuilt, that I could get enough parts to either scrape the paint off and restart it and get it right, or fix the broken parts or whatever and missing. So that might be fun. That could take the better part of all summer. But for now, we're leaving what is the Fink Eliminator here. Say goodbye. Bye. We'll be coming back to the Fink Eliminator and maybe some dungeon tiles again. We'll see what Nikki and Alexis have to say about which. Yeah, let's pick up on those on Friday. So thank you for joining in. Feel free to subscribe, Dice and Dungeons. Subscription would be very welcome. If you'd like, go to patreon.com/Dice and Dungeons and you can support us there. Anyway, we will see you Friday with something completely different or something completely the same. Bye.